Since 2010, the highest echelon of sim racing competition has focused on NASCAR and Grand Prix racing. 50 of the best drivers in the world doing battle for championship glory. Each man for himself, and even though there may be teammates on track, each driver is in command of his own destiny. Until now. 2016 sees the start of a new era in World Championship competition, with team racing getting its chance in the spotlight. No longer can one driver rule supreme, but you must rely on those with whom you share a car, a setup, a strategy. Endurance racing can be very different to other forms of motorsports, with races in this series lasting either 3 or 6 hours. Teams of 2 or 3 drivers, perhaps on opposite sides of the world, will share seat time, each having to collectively work towards one common goal. Crash out, and it's not just you who you let down. Officially sanctioned by SRO, it will be teams of drivers who will go head to head, car to car, rival to rival in the pursuit of a championship. And there's over $25,000 in cash and prizes up for grabs. Some of the world's biggest sim racing teams are represented. There's also a group of teams who haven't seen this stage before, who want to make their mark and say we can hang with the best. The team racing revolution is here. It's loud, it's exciting, and it lives on iRacing Live, starting April 23rd.
Welcome everybody on Paddock TV today for the live of the round 4 of the ERC Championship 2016 Season 1, and today for this 4th round we are in the United States of America, and we are exactly at COTA, this track used by the Formula 1 Championship. New tracks, as you can see. And today we will discover this track together, and we are on Paddock TV for a 6-hour race. Maybe if you have seen the previous races, you know that there are 2 categories in this championship. There are the Prototype 2 and the GT3 class, and for the moment all the drivers are on the qualifying session. For the moment, in Prototype, the leading car is this one. It's the fucking fast Simsports with Martin Voss in the car, and they are leading for the moment, but they are not complete 1 lap, so it will change in few seconds. We are just waiting that all the cars will complete their first lap, and we will see who will start in the pole position for the Prototype and for the GT3 class. So I call back, sorry, that there is a chat to discuss, to interact, and to ask some questions if you had some of them. And the fastest lap is for the moment 1 minute and 53.6 seconds, and it's realized by Julien Ribulot for the endless SimRacing HPD. The Acura of the Reactive SimRacing, driven by Jonas Wellmer in 22nd, and the Odox MotorSport, driven by Francisco Gonzalez. Just complete the lap with 1 minute and 53.9. Maybe we will try to discover the track with an onboard camera in a few seconds. And we will discover the track with Francisco Gonzalez on board with the Odox Motorsport LMP. The first corner. And we have seen the GCL team who spin just after the pit out with the cold tire. And the first sector is very technical here. Very impressive in the prototype due to the downforce effect. Several turns left, right, left, right. For the GT3 it will be more complicated, and now we are in a very long straight with braking at the end. Tricky turn and another long straight here. As you can see in the first and the second sector, there is a lot of long straight and high speed turn, and the third sector is very technical. And on your left you can see the entry pit, and Francisco will take it to enter into the pit. So there is 51 minutes before the end of this qualifying session, and Jonas Wellmer for the Reactive SimRacing ERC2 was taking the lead, and for the moment the pole position just in front of Guillaume Racodon for the Endless SimRacing HPD. Guillaume Racodon. And the GCL SimRacing number 3, driven by Damien Esluy, just take the pole position temporarily. In fourth is Infinity Simsports. Concerning the GT3 class, for the moment the best car in GT class, it's the Black Adair Motorsport number 66. It's the Mercedes driven by Tommy Van Der Guch. The Mercedes realized its best lap in 2 minutes and 4.9 seconds. They are trying to find a clear lap. The GCL SimRacing realized the best lap in 1 minute and 52.1 second. For the GT class, it's 2 minutes and 4.9 second. And on prototype, there is some news now. In 6th, the GCL SimRacing number 1 with Johan Lespinas. Francisco Gonzalez is in 7th. The Reactive SimRacing ERC with Ferencern is now in 8th position. Michael Blake for the ASRC HPD number 18 is in the 9th position. There is 2 seconds and a half late on the pole position. On the 10th place, it's the fucking fast Simsports with Giorgio Carilli. Martin Vos leave the car. Gunnar Mizen for the GT Temple Racing number 1 is in the 11th position. The Geeko Vortex Sim Racing with Denis Garies realize 1 lap, it's 1 minute and 55.5 seconds. Normally this car wins the 2 first race of the championship in the HPD class, so we will focus on this car on the next lap, because I think it could be a potential car for the pole position. GCL Sim Racing 2 with Julien Castro is in the 2nd place. GCL Sim Racing team registered 3 cars in prototype class, and both of them are on the first row for the moment on the race. On the GT3, Blackadder is still leading the qualifying session, just in front of the Biatch Transport ERC. This car is driven for the moment by Cédric Bollen. 2 minutes and 5 seconds. 4 for the Audi number 277. The Bursters Racing team is in 4th, and the Oak Sim Racing Wake with Mario Reich is in 4th. The second car, the Blackadder, the number 67, is in 5th position of the GT class, and after we can find the Odox MotorSport GT3, the Infinity Simsport, the Club Canada, the ASRC number 21 and the ASRC number 84. The Flying Shoot Sim Racing is in 11th position of the GT3 class, and Denis Garies will start a new lap. This first sector is very different for the prototype and the GT3 class. As you can see, the DG is not very fast in this sector, and the prototype with the downforce have some facilities to keep some speed during the turns. But for the GT car, it's very, very difficult, and all the drivers have to be carefully in the first sector. As you can see, there is 33 cars registered for this race for the moment. And the best lap is still in 1 minute and 55 for the Geeko Vortex. The Biatch Transport ERC Xavier Morgendre stopped on the track. Mario Reich just finished his lap. Welcome to Michael Weber. The Odox MotorSport in GT3 class is driving by Javier Estela. This car is leading for the moment the GT3 class on the global rankings. They have 57.19 points. And the second car of the class is the Odox SimRacing. The Odox SimRacing, they are they are in the third position for the moment on the starting grid in the GT3 class. It's the car number 123, and Javier Estela is in 6th for the moment. The third car of the category, it's the Blackadder number 66 with 29.93 point. The Endless Sim Racing GT3 number 709 at 27.72 point, and the Viking Motorsport.de is the fifth with 25.97. On prototype, it's the Geeko Vortex SimRacing with 69.84 points. In second, it's the GT Temple 1 with the car number 5. They have 46.82 points, and in third, it's the SimRC.de Academy team number 771. I haven't seen this car today. I'm not sure that they will compete today for the fourth round here at the Circuit of the America. After we have the NKH Racing with 34.82 points, and the Sosad Racing with 34.78 points. There is a driver swap for the GCL SimRacing number 3. It's now Frank Levasseur in the car. They are trying to improve their best lap maybe, but they have some gap between the car behind. 52.8 for the Julien Castro. It's 17th ahead for the GCL SimRacing 3. Josh Thompson is still under the 1 minute and 53 seconds with 52.931, and after we are over the 1 minute and 53 seconds. There are 5 cars who are running in 1 minute and 53 seconds. It's the car number 6, 708, 700, 770, 707 and 120. For the team, it's the no. For the team, it's the Reactive SimRacing ERC, the Endurance SimRacing HPD, the Odox MotorSport, and the Headless SimRacing HPD, and the GCL SimRacing 1. Go back on GT class. GT class. For the moment, dominated by the Blackadder Motorsport. Why? Because they are trusting the first row of the race with the car number 66 and the car number 67. Marco Luca Abate for the car number 67. They complete the lap. Xavier Mougendre is in third with it's the first Audi on the second line. The first row is for the Mercedes car. Mario Reich is still an Audi for the Oxim Racing. Sven Filler for the Viking Motorsport. It's the third row for Sven Filler. And on their side, for the moment, they have the Busters Racing Team with Marco Belfior. Marco Belfior who is actually in the third sector. No, it's the second sector. It's the end of the sector 2. And there is 2 sectors on this track. Why not? Why not? The Infinity Simsports 3 is actually in the pit lane, but it's David Waldock who is in the car. Flying Shoot SimRacing and their Mercedes with Ben Gelate. Ernie Ludwig for the Club Canada. The Club Canada completes the last lap in 2 minutes and 15 seconds. It's very far from their best performance in 2 minutes and 8 seconds. Sergio Souza for the Spirit SimRacing. It's a new team in this championship, I think. I haven't seen this car in the previous races. ASRC 21. We have still the BMW number 21 on the track. We have some prototype. Morgan Stan. No, it's a GT car. This one. Which one is it? A Mercedes. Mercedes is still in the pit lane. Best lap in 2 minutes and 13 seconds. David Soranzo, car number 707. It's for the Endless Sim Racing GT3. He's not on the track. Nico van Elk for the Beat Speed Runs 2. It's the race control for Morten Stiergartsen and the GT Temple Racing number 2 with Karsten Hertz and their AMG GT are for the moment in the last position, but they don't realize any time for the qualifying session, so we have to wait the end of the first lap to see what will be the performance of the team and the car here at COTA. Two minutes and 9 seconds for the car number 808. We still have the two cars of the GCL Sim Racing on the first row, but now it's Josh Thompson with the Infinity Simsport who is in third. The Reactive Sim Racing with Marcus Dreschel is in fourth, Francisco Gonzalez in fifth, Odox MotorSport and Guillaume Racodon just complete the next lap here, but I think he doesn't improve. Yes, the last lap was not count. Maybe a mistake for the driver and he cuts maybe one turn. The Geeko Vortex Sim Racing HPD, still Denis Gary is in the car, and for the moment the 7th place for this car. And Jawad Karoni realized the 1 minute and 52.8, and the 3 car of the GCL Sim Racing team is now at the 1st position of the starting grid. Very impressive performance for the moment for the GCL team, but we have to wait at least 28 minutes. We are in the middle of the qualifying session here for the 4th round, and we have to wait the end of the qualifying session for all the car. All is possible for the moment, and Marcus Treschler will complete the first sector. Odox MotorSport in GT3 class keep the 3rd place, but we still have the 2 AMG GT of the Blackadder Motorsport in the 1st row in the GT3 class. We can keep an eye on the weather on the track. 34 degrees on air and on track. The wind comes from the east of the track, and the speed of the wind is 17 km/h. The strength of field is 2588 for the global, and for the P2 it's the 2826, and for the GT3 it's 2360. So the average is not so bad, and it could be very interesting to see what could be happen during the 6 hours of the race with all the drivers. So with an average around approximately at 2500, I can see that some drivers have a very impressive rating. For example, Denis Garis with 5800, sorry. There is the Reactive SimRacing, for example, with Ferenc Kern with 4200. A lot of drivers at 3600, 800, 400. For example, Josh Thompson, Francisco Gonzalez, Guillaume Racodon, Julien Riboulot, Fabian Youngbluth, Ross Biggrave. That's for the prototype category. For the GT category, Marco Luca Abate for the Blackadder number 67 have an E rating at 6681, maybe the biggest one here for the session. Yes, I think the biggest one. The Blackadder have 4200 for the other driver, and after it's mainly between 2000 and 3000 for the main part of the driver in GT class. Mario Reich for the Oak Sim Racing has improved the best time of the car number 123. They are in the 3rd position, and it's the 19th position for the world car on the track. The GT Temple Racing. And there is a contact between one car of the Endless SimRacing and the Reactive SimRacing. Darren McKenzie with the Try-Hards Racing is in the 16th position. The best lap is realized in 1 minute and 56 seconds, 7. If they would like to keep the top 15, they have to save 1 second and 1 on their best lap. A mistake for Darren McKenzie, and the lap will not count, so he prefers to stop here and restart for a new one. It's Martin Vos who is in the car number 818. He's trying to improve the best lap. Daniel Louis with trying to improve the best lap of this qualifying session. One of its colleagues just ahead. C'est Julien Castro. and the 3 cars of the GCL team are not alone in the top of the global ranking, because now we have a driver who improved its performance. It's Josh Thompson for the Infinity Simsports. He realized its best lap in 1 minute 52.7, and with this time he keep the second place for 300s on the car number 120 of Jawad Kironi. On the GT class, it's still the Blackadder Mercedes on the first row. In third, we have Javier Estela for the Odox MotorSport. Mario Rage for the Oaks is in fourth, and in the third row, it's the Biat Transport with Xavier Mogendre, and the Bursters Racing and Marco Belfior. Sven Filler stops the car outside the track because he cut in the turn. Ross Gudak for the Club Canada. For the car number 10, it's the 27th position. It's for the global ranking, and it's the position number 11 for the category. Less than 10 minutes in the qualifying session. We still have the GCL SimRacing SimRacing 3 on the pole position. It's the car number 3, driven by Damien and Louis. In the second place, it's the Infinity Simsports, driven by Josh Thompson, car number 41. And the second row is 100% for the GCL SimRacing with the car number 120 and 666 for Jawad Keroni and Julien Castro. On the GT class, for the moment, the first row is 100% for the Blackadder Motorsport. Tommy van der Gooch just in front of Matthias Magnusson. The second row is for the Odox Motorsport, driven by Francisco Lopez, just in front of the Oxim Racing Wake and Mario Rage. Maybe one of the last try for the Odox Motorsport to try to improve the performance. And try to go between the two Blackadder Mercedes cars, or maybe in front of, to start for the pole position. A mistake on the last turn, and for the driver it's 1 second slower than the best performance, so they will not win the position. They try for a new one, a new lap. They have only, it's the last try for the car, because they have less than 7 minutes to try to complete some laps, and approximately it's 2 minutes per lap, so in theory they can complete 3 laps and start a 4th, but they will not achieve it because they will miss some time to complete it. Both AMG GT Blackadder Motorsport are still in the track. The gap between the cars in GT class was very small, 2 minutes and 4 seconds dot 5 for the leading car, the actual car on your screen. 3 tenths after it's the 67, and there is only 64 thousandths between the car number 67 and the 71 for the second place on the starting grid on GT class. The Club Canada car. Spin just before the entry of the pit lane. And 2.5 for the Blackadder. It's not the best performance, and but they are still in the first position. Cédric Bollen. Cédric Bollen is in the top 5 on the GT3 class. And there is less than 4 minutes before the end of the qualifying session. After we will start for a 6-hour race. The last corner for the Biatch Transport. But the lap was not count. Maybe mistake from the driver. There are a lot of sand in the first corner. And drivers, if you start a lap now, it's the last one of the qualifying session, because after you didn't have the time to complete the lap. So it's the last try for all the drivers on the track to improve the performance and try to win some position to start on the top of the grid. And for the moment, the car who will start from the pole position is the car number 3 for the GCL SimRacing team. They register 3 cars, and during the middle of the qualifying session, all the 3 cars were on the top 3 of the race, and now they keep the first row of the race, because Julien Castro realized 1 minute and 52.4 in the last lap, and he kept the second place to Josh Thompson. Josh Thompson tried to restart, but there is only 1 minute. It could be too short to complete the lap, so I think the first row could change, because there are some cars on track. But for Josh Thompson, I think he won't be start from the first row of the starting grid. Jawad Keroni is in the first corner. I think for him it's the late 2. Jonas Wellmer. Current lap in 2 minutes 50. Guys, I think you didn't have the time to warm up your tire. It's the end of the qualifying session. Only 10 seconds before the checkered flag here at COTA for the and the track limit. What is it in this corner? The sandbox? And it's the checkered flag. Guys, it's the end, and we will have to wait the end of the qualifying session. Clearly, to be sure, all the drivers will finish the lap. We have a new car, the SimRacing Turkey here, who register race control, beat speed endurance, ASRC, Spirit Sim Racing, Ernie Ludwig with the Club Canada, David Soronzo for the Endless Sim Racing GT3, realized the 24th position, and it's the 8th position for the GT3 class, just in front of Joachim Svensson from the Vendaval Sim Racing White. Vendaval Sim Racing who joined the session at the end of the qualifying session. They have realized only 5 laps, but for us it's sufficient to enter in the top 10 of the GT3 class. Cedric Bollen will finish his lap. And Julien Castro keep the 3rd place, 52.4. Yes, it's the 4 because Jawad Kironi realized 52.3 in the last lap of the car, and the first row will be 100% for the GCL Sim Racing, and the 3rd place is for the 3rd car of the team, so they will start at the top of the car for the race. It's the end of the qualifying session. All the car will go into the pit. Reactive Sim Racing, it's too late. And the GCL Sim Racing trust the lead on prototype. On the GT, the pole position is for the Blackadder Motorsport number 66. The 67 will be in the 2nd place, and the Oak Sim Racing, driven by Mario Rage, will be in the 3rd place. It's the end of the qualifying session, and we'll come back for the race in few seconds. All the drivers have 1 minute and a half to join the starting grid, and after the safety car will launch the race. As you can see, all the cars are stopped on track. All the cars are on the track. All the GT are just behind. There is some space between the last prototype car and the first GT car, but it seems there is an Audi here that was not at the good place. And safety car is in the pit lane, and the green flag will be applied here at COTA. Green flag! The three cars of the GCL SimRacing team are leading the race. In fourth, it's Jason Welmer for the Reactive Sport ERC. Josh Thompson is in fifth. Marco Gonzalez, Dennis Garris for the Geico Vortex SimRacing. Jason Maréchal is in eighth, and Guillaume Racodon in the ninth position. The GT Temple in 11th, and two cars of the ASRC team is after, and in 14th we can see the fucking fast Revolution Sim Racing and the Try Hard Racing. And after we start with the GT car, Francisco Lopez take the lead for the GT class. The Odox MotorSport in front of the Blackadder. After we can find the Blackadder, the Biatch Transport in third. There is Francisco Lopez. The Blackadder was in second and third, and in fourth is the Biatch Transport just behind the Viking MotorSport. Marco Belfior for the Busters here, and Mario Reich for the Hawk Sim Racing is in sixth position. Marco Belfior, the Buster Sim Racing, and the first lap is complete for the prototype car. 1 minute and 51 seconds. It's a very, very impressive time for the first lap. It's faster than the pole position. David Soranzo from the Endless Sim Racing. A lot of Audi in the pack, as you can see. The GT Temple behind the Sliding Shoot Sim Racing and the Infinity Simsports 3, just in front of Tim Phillips with the ASRC BMW, fighting with Ross Goodak for the Club Canada AMG GT, and behind it's the AMG for the ASRC team. Sergio Tavares was closing the race with the Spirit Sim Racing. Nico Van Elk for the Beat Speed Endurance was not on the track, is in the pit lane. The first lap was realized in 1 minute and 53. The first run realized in 51. It seems there are some incident. And the game down counted. No, there is no incident. Because for the moment the two first car doesn't have any incident. On the GT class, Marco Mogren keep the lead on the GT3 category, and the car number 67 is now in fourth. Xavier Mogendre take the third place, and the Odox Motorsport is still in the second with Francisco Lopez. There is some fight here for the position. We'll try to see the replay. And we go back in live. And Josh Thompson is just behind Julien Castro. And for the third place, we have to keep an eye between these two cars. Oh, and the spin for Jawad Kironi, car number 120 of the GCL team. This car was in the second position. What happened for Jawad Kironi? The curbs, and it's not the best position on the track when all the pack arrive. Oi, 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 oi. We will go back in live. Jawad Keroni is from the 2nd position to the 12th position, and Josh Thompson keep the 2nd one. He overtake Julien Castro. Josh Thompson is now in the 2nd place, and as you can see, the leader of the race is some second ahead. Damien Eloui, he take a lap to Sergio Tavares. Tavares is 1 lap ahead, the leader of the race. Julien Castro is behind the AMG GT. It's not an easy task to take a GT car. The next one to take a lap on the AMG number 17 was the Kiko driver, Denis Garriz. And both cars take some advantage here on the GT3 car. It's the car number 66 on your left and the white Audi in the middle of your screen. They are actually in 1st and 2nd place in the GT3 category. And they have now approximately they are 5 seconds ahead of the rest of the GT car. As you can see in the background of your screen, there is the 3rd and 4th with the Biatch Transport and the 2nd car of the Black Adair. And Francisco Gonzalez come back on the 2nd place of the race. David Wooldock for the Infinity Simsport go out of the pit lane. There's a lot of sand here, and it seems they have some trouble for the car. The front of the car was damaged. It's the first car to go into the pit lane and have some reparation. They spent 2 minutes and 2 seconds in the pit lane, and they were at their pit stop during 1 minute and 30 seconds. 2 minutes loose for the car, and now they are 1 lap behind the rest of the car. Tim Phillips, the driver of the BMW number 21, the only BMW registered in this championship. Ruth Goulacre for the Club Canada. Mario Rage for the SimRacing. There is a strong battle between the SimRacing, the Vendaval SimRacing, and which one? The Viking MotorSport.be. 3 cars in less than 1 second. No, 1 second and a half. The Odox Motorsport, Francisco Lopez, go into the pit lane 2. What happened for the Odox Motorsport? 12 seconds in the box, 37 and 1 second in the pit lane. What happened? And between the GCL SimRacing number 666, Jonas Velmer and Francisco Gonzalez, there is only half of a second. The car are not side by side, but they are not very so far, and it's very impressive. and they are taking a lap to the car number 67. The green and black Mercedes is for the Blackadder. It's the car number... no, it's the leader of the GT3 category. Be careful, this Mercedes was leading. No, it's the 67. Yes, it's the third car of the GT category. I'm right. The second one was the Audi just in front of them. The Audi orange, yellow, white and green, sorry. And the leader, Damien and Louis, are now 7 seconds and a half ahead of the second car of the race, Josh Thompson, with the car number 41. The teammate of Damien is Frank Levasseur, so we have to wait clearly the driver swap during all the cars to see what could be the position and performance of all the car. Today, now we have the for the main cars, we have the fastest driver in the car. So the driver realized the best lap take place in the car to start the race. So the position are not so far from the qualifying session result, but after 1 or 2 hours there will be the driver swap and the teammate of each driver will take place in the car. There is different strategies. Some of them will take place after 1 hour, other before 2 hours. We can see some drivers that realized 3 stints in a row and they swap at the middle of the race. So we have to wait some hours clearly to see what could be the average speed of the car during several hours and all the driver in the car, because from one driver and another it could be different, and you can have, for example, a team very homogeneous with a driver very fast and another is slower, not completely stopped, but the driver was maybe 5 tenths or 1 second late compared to his teammate, and it could be very important for the global ranking. And we have still the 3 car here. It's clearly the same here with the GCL SimRacing, the Endless SimRacing and the GT Temple Racing. Jawad Keroni, Guillaume Racodon and Gunnar Mizen. The Endless SimRacing, they clearly registered 3 cars like the GCL SimRacing. It's 2 teams who registered 3 cars in this race. The GCL registered 3 HPD LMP2. The Endless SimRacing registered 2 HPD and 1 Audi GT3. And Jason Marichal was in the 8th position because in front of him it's the Gecko. And Damien and Louise in the pit lane. What happened? After 25 minutes, they are in the pit lane. It's clearly it's strange. Driver swap or not? It seems no. No driver swap. In the background you can see the Endless SimRacing GT3. As I said, they register 3 car. It's David Soronzo for the Endless SimRacing, but I think the car is retired because they are in the pit lane till 6 minutes and 20 seconds. It is the same for the pit box, so it's an escape. And Damien go back on track, but he go back in the last position of the prototype. I don't understand why they choose to go in the pit lane now. Maybe we will find the explanation after, but it's strange. And so now the leading car is the Infinity Simsport number 41, Infinity Simsport 1. Josh Thompson take the lead. He complete his first lap as the leader of the race. Behind it's another car of the GCL Racing SimRacing team, Julien Castro. And in third it's the Reactive SimRacing. And just behind it's Francisco Gonzalez with the Odox MotorSport LMP. The Odox MotorSport LMP, they register 2 cars in this championship. There is the HPD, as you can see on your screen, and they have an Audi too. They register an Audi. Where is the Audi of the Odox MotorSport? It's the car driven by Francisco Lopez. Francisco Lopez drive the car number 71, and they are in the 24th position of the global ranking. But for the category, it's the 8th position. The Fucking Fast overtake the car number 66. They are leading the GT3 category. Xavier Maugendre just behind. Mercedes, Audi, Mercedes for the GT3. Gunnar Misen for the GT Temple Racing is actually in 8th position. Just in front of him it's Jason Maréchal. Jason Maréchal drive for the Endless Sim Racing. And Francisco Gonzalez is fighting with the Reactive Sim Racing for the 3rd place in global ranking. In the second one it's Julien Castro, and there is still 3 cars in less than 1 second. And before the first pit stop session, we will stay here. Julien Castro is in the second, Janos Welmer in third. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Track limit for the car number 6. They lose the 3rd position, yes, and Julien Castro keep the 2nd place. Odox MotorSport keep the 3rd one. So after the first pit stop session for the prototype, a very short break for us. We come back in few seconds, just a short ad concerning the one of the last updates of iRacing. As you can see, maybe there is a new track. It's the Le Mans track, the track for the 24 hours of Le Mans. So I will show you a short ad to present you this track if you didn't have it. So we come back in few seconds.
You know, the straights are unbelievably long. The first time you come here, everyone tells you, you know, you'll be flat out 6th gear for 20 seconds. First time I was here, I lifted halfway down the straight. I didn't believe that it was still going. I was waiting to brake, and I was back on the power. And the Porsche curves are extremely fast and extremely narrow, so it's a tricky track. And you know, every year I come here, you learn something new every time.
Le Mans is so fast. Wherever you accelerate, you are over 150 miles per hour. Going there, I realized everything you have done before was nothing.
So we are back after this short ad. So maybe some of them, I'm sure, a lot of you have still tried this track. For the moment, I didn't have it. Maybe it will be possible that we realize a live broadcast on this track maybe in 2 weeks. Keep an eye on the Paddock TV media to be sure that this event will be realized, but normally it's under study on our side to see if we can do it or not. If there is a live on the Le Mans track, it could be on the 23rd of September. If I'm right, it's a Friday. It could be on the evening. So keep an eye on it. It will be announced shortly on Paddock TV if it will be realized or not. We go back with the teams, the cars, and the COTA circuit. We are with the leader, Infinity Simsport, Josh Thompson, car number 41, and as you can see, there is a bug with the lap timer, because it's not half of the second between Josh and Julien, it's 17 seconds. I have to check it, but I think maybe there is a mistake. Yes, the green one is good, but the red one not. It seems it was updated. There is a mistake. There is a bug with the red one. It's not the good value. I have to check it. As you can see, the overlay was completely renewed. It's a new design, new data, new module. So maybe we have to check something. It's the first test for this overlay. Damien and Louis realized the fast lap of the race, 1 minute and 53.346 seconds. Damien realized it after his last pit stop. So yeah, it's the first test for this overlay. So there is maybe some correction to do. I will do it after. Just for me the time to find what it's the problem, and this overlay will continue to evolve. It's only the basis here. As you can see, there is no the ranking per category. It will be added for the next races. I don't know when, because now I have less time on my personal time to evolve it, but it will be arrive in the future. There is a lot of improvement plan for this overlay, new modules, etc, etc, but I have to implement it and to try and find some correction. On the GT class, we go back with the GT leader, the Blackadder number 66, Marco Morgan. Marco Morgan is just behind Thiago Tavares. Sergio Tavares, sorry, Sergio Tavares, and Sergio Tavares have some flashlight on his mirror. Car number 66. Go ahead. Open! Sergio Tavares spin on the curbs. It's dangerous, and hit the wall. As you can see, the right front of the car was damaged. Be careful with the rear ratio to don't hit the wall. You can go back. You can go back. Go, 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 go. Yeah, it's okay. Sergio Tavares maybe will go into the pit to repair the car. Tim Phillips with the BMW. Car number 21, still in the race, 31 position. And David Waldock for the Infinity Simsports is now in the position 30. In front of him, it's Pat McWhorter with the ASRC Mercedes, and just behind, just in front of, sorry, it's the Club Canada AMG GT, the red and white one. Marco Belfior for the Bursters Racing Team. Karsten Earth for the GT Temple Racing. This team registered 2 cars too. This Mercedes and another HPD. The HPD was driven, I think, by Gunnar Misen, if I'm right. Gunnar Misen. No, it's yes, it's Gunnar Misen, car number 5, actually in the 8th position. They have a 40-second late on the leader, and they are only half of a second behind Dennis Garris, and in front of Jason Marichal. We can go with him. Jason Marichal. Maybe we will complete some lap with Jason Marichal. Go on board with the HPD number 707 for the Endless Sim Racing 1. We have to keep an eye on the car number 3, driven by Damien et Louis. He is actually in the 11th place. He go into the pit 25 minutes ago, so we have to check when he will go back for the second time in the pit lane and other pit stop. His first stint was approximately 50 seconds, so we would like to discover what could be the strategy. So he realized approximately 13 laps with the pit stop. Today all the leaders are in the lap number 37. So clearly it's completely alone on the pit stop strategy, because all the cars have 14 laps less in the fuel tank in terms of quantity of gasoline quantity. So the tire, I don't know if he changed the tire. It's not easy for me to see what he changed, but I think he had a fuel tank completely full when he go out of the pit stop, and the tire, because he realized the best lap of the session after its pit stop. So I think he had a fuel tank completely full and new tires on the car, so maybe he will be completely in another strategy. In front of him it's Guillaume Racodon. Guillaume Racodon is just behind its teammate, but on another car. Guillaume Racodon and Jason Maréchal for the position 9 and 10. And there is there is 18 seconds between Guillaume Racodon and Damien et Louis. I'll come back that the information on your screen, it's not the good one. There is a bug. Jawad Kironi is just behind Ferencern for the 5th position, and it's the same for Francisco Gonzalez, just behind Julien Castro. For the GT cars, the gap between the cars are more important. For example, the leader, it's the Black Adair. They have the Black Adair number 66 have 2 seconds and just a minute. It's 17 seconds behind for Xavier Maugendre. After, there is 2 seconds between the cars, between the second and third. Mario Reich in fourth, 14 seconds late, 8 seconds late after for Francisco Lopez. Svensfiler only 1 second. Svensfiler actually in the 6th position. Ferencern is fighting with Julien Castron. Behind it's Jawad Keroni. The blue car is between the two GCL car. And Julien Castro going to the pit. Josh Thompson is in the pit lane too. We have to see. I will try a new module. I don't know if it will be operative. It seems no. It doesn't work. So we have to wait. Infinity Simsport. Infinity Simsport, Josh Thompson, 44 seconds in the pit lane. Jonas Waymer is now leading the race for the prototype. But Josh Thompson is behind Damien et Louis. Where is the car number 3 compared to the car number... there is not so far, but 10 seconds between the two cars, I think. Yeah, 7 seconds between the two cars. And all the leading cars are in the pit lane. No, Ferencern is still in the track. Ferencern take the lead of the race. Or the Vendaval SimRacing. Just behind, it's not the best sector here to get blocked by a GT3 car, but it's difficult for a GT to open the door for the prototype. There is a very efficiency pass for the GT car. The prototype have more margin on this part of the track, but it's difficult for a GT, clearly. Thus Ferencern will go into the pit. Yes, the leader in the pit lane. So the next one could be Denis Garis for the Geeko. And he go into the pit lane too, so Damien will take the first position, I think. 30 seconds between the cars. Damien go into the pit. What happened? Maybe they have a maximum boost for the car number 3. and the Infinity Simsports take the lead. And Joel Guez take the place in the car number 116. Driver swap for the Gecko Vortex. And now it's the Revolution Racing with Ross Bigrave, who is in the second place. No, it's Jonas Velmer for the Reactive SimRacing. You see, oh, the two cars are side by side in the first sector. It's not the best for a strong battle, but the Reactive SimRacing driver prefer to stay in third. But just behind there is Francisco Gonzalez for the Odox MotorSport. Julien Castro is just behind, Jawad Karoni too, so there are 5 cars in one screen, approximately. And Julien Castro. Oh. Ross Bigrave go into the pit lane. Julien Castro take the third place. And Jawad Karoni take the fourth place. Julien Castro is in third, Jawad Karoni in fourth, and Francisco Gonzalez lose 2 positions in less than 1 lap. Maybe he will try to keep the fourth one. No, it's not possible. With the GT car, it could be difficult. Oh, maybe by the outside pass. No. Oh. Gunnar Mizen is just behind the car in pole position. What does it mean, this? Who is in red? Lag. Joachim Svensson for the Vendaval SimRacing is in a 22nd position. It's the 6th for the GT cars, and it's only 5 tenths behind the top 5 of the category. And I have to take a short break. I come back in a few minutes. And we are after 1 hour and a half after the green flag here at COTA for the 6 hour and the round 4 of the ERC Championship. We are still in the leading the race. It's the Infinity Simsport, still driving by Josh Thompson. In second place, it's the GCL SimRacing, driving by Julien Castro, car number 666, and in third, it's Jawad Kironi with the car number 120. 6 seconds late we have Farhan Kern, and in fifth it's Damien Eloui with the car number 3. Gunnar Miesen is in the 6th place with the GT Temple Racing prototype, and Julien Riboulot is actually in the 7th place for the first car of the Endless Sim Racing HPD. The Odox MotorSport, driving by Francisco Gonzalez, is in the 8th position. There are 2 seconds late on the Julien Riboulot and 1 second and 18th on Joel Guez, driving for the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing HPD. To complete the top 10 on prototype, it's the Reactive Sim Racing 2. What happened for this car? Because normally this car was leading the race. Marcus Dreschler, 2 pit stop for this car, and for Francisco Gonzalez 2. Jean-Michel Garnier take place in the second car of the Endless Sim Racing prototype. Jesse Kaplan is in the car for the ASRC 173 backup. Okay, there is a backup team. Sam Rosamond for the Revolution Sim Racing is in third. It's 1 lap behind the leader. Giorgio Carilli for the Fucking Fast Simsport is in position 14, sorry. And Michael Blake for the ASRC 18 is here with Darren Mackenzie for the Try Hard Racing. After we switch to the GT3 category, it's still the Blackadder number 66 who lead the GT3 class. Robin Rosenving take place in the car, and as you can see, the front left of the car have some damage, so they have a contact for this car. 12 seconds behind, it's Cedric Bollen for the Audi of the Biatch Transport ERC, and there is a contact for this one too. There is no hood on the Audi, the rear wing was damaged. It could be complicated for Cedric Bollen. Matthias Magnusson take place on the car number 67. It's the second car of the Blackadder Motorsport. This one was completely nice. There is 14 seconds between the 2 cars of the Blackadder team. Juan Lopez for the Vendaval Sim Racing White, actually in 4th place in the GT class, just in front of Javier Estela for the Odox MotorSport GT3 and Mario Reich for the Oak Sim Racing Wake. Stefan Rucker is in the Audi number 131. It's for the Viking Motorsport.de. The Viking team is in the 7th place, yes, of the GT3 class. Alessandro Altoe is driving for the Bursters Racing team. Dave Denchen is for the Flying Shot Sim Racing. Thomas Kroll for the GT Temple is in the position number 10, and it's just behind the Club Canada. Just, it's a way to say approximately 40 seconds. Darren Ford for the Infinity Simsports 3 is in lap number 41, and 2 laps behind there is the Spirit SimRacing Mercedes of Sergio Souza. We have seen this car on a spin a few minutes ago, and now the car has some damage. It will be complicated for us to drive. The ASRC Mercedes is in the pit lane, some damage, and Tim Philip with the BMW, not so far, but still in the race, 9 laps behind the leader in prototype, and 5 between him and the leader in GT class. Go back with the top driver of this race, Jawad Keroni, fighting for the second place with Julien Castro. And it's the same for the second place in GT3 class. Matthias Magnussen come back on Cédric Bollen. And the Blackadder keep the second position. Cédric Bollen is just behind, but the car is damaged. And there is a new second and third in the prototype. The GCL SimRacing switched the position between the car number 120 and 60, 100 and 660. Julien Castro have some trouble here with the GT cars, and Jawad Kironi take the second place. And Damien Louis is in the pit lane for the third time on this race. Daniel Louis go out of the pit lane. It's 32 seconds late on Joel Guez. Joel Guez is fighting for the position number 7 with Francisco Gonzalez. The Odox Motorsport, the GT class is still leading by both of the Mercedes of the Blackadder Motorsport, and Joel Guez fighting for the 7th place. He kept the 7th place to the Francisco Gonzalez. But it's not finished. The Odox Motorsport driver doesn't say the last words here. He tried to keep the pressure on the Vortex driver, but it seems he supported it easily. The first corner with the Sandcastle in the first, inside the first corner on the left part of the track. And the Reactive SimRacing take the lead of the race. Reactive SimRacing take the lead. Jawad Keroni is now in the second place. Josh Thompson is in third, and Josh Thompson go out of the pit, and Julien Castro is still in the pit lane, so Gunnar Mizen too, so there is a second pit stop window here. The Endless Sim Racing is on track, they don't go on the pit lane. Gunnar Mizen, yes. Guillaume Kempfer is in the pit lane for the GCL Sim Racing 2. Fabian Jungbluth take place for the GT Temple. Damien Louis is in the car for the GCL Sim Racing number 3. Jean-Michel Garnier is in the top 10. On the pit lane, what happened? What happened? I said pit lane camera. So Fabian Jungluth go out of the pit. He got it in 10. Behind it's Marcus Dreischler. Sam Rosamond, Giorgio Carilli, Michael Blake, Darren McKenzie, and Carlin Andrew. After we switch with the GT3 category and the leading car, the number 66, number 67. Here's the car of the Black Adair. Juani Lopez is in third. Juani Lopez here with the Mercedes of the Vendaval SimRacing. 3 Mercedes for the podium in GT3 class. The first Audi, it's this one. It's the Audi of the Odox MotorSport GT3 for the driven by Javier Estela. Mario Rach is in the car for the Oak SimRacing and Stefan Rucker for the Viking Motorsport.de. After for the Bursters Racing Team, it's Alessandro Altoe and Damien Louis Rocheix Manurey Olargo. Car is in the pit lane. Manurey Olargo take place in the car for the Odox Motorsport LMP. I said Jawad will go into the pit in a few seconds, and now he is in it. 30 lap complete for the team. Just let me check the temperature. I think I have a bug. Track is at 35 degrees and the sky is partly cloudy with only 19 degrees. So we go with the leading car. So Johan Lespinas take place after Jawad Kironi in the car, and the Jeco Vortex SimRacing is now in fourth, and it's only 16th behind the Julien Riboulot for the third place and the third row on the podium. The third march, sorry, not the third row. So in a few minutes for me it will be the time for the lunch break, and I will come back with you for the end of the race. During this time you will keep an eye on the race because I will not stop the broadcast, so it will be possible for you if you want to see the most exciting sequence of this race. I will stay with you during several minutes for the moment, but during the next hour it will be for me the time to lunch. So and Julien Riboulot go into the pit. Julien Riboulot for the Endless SimRacing. Box in this lap, box in this lap. driver swap. It's Jason Maréchal who take place in the car. And now in 4th and 5th we have Damien Eloui and Johan Lespinas, 2 cars for the GCL SimRacing team. And the leader is in the pit lane. Kern, 31 lap complete with the fuel tank. Same for Jason Maréchal. For Jean-Michel Garnier, sorry, still in the pit lane. No, it was Jean-Michel Garnier, and now it's Guillaume Racodon in the car. Just Thompson is still on the track and he keeps the lead of the race. This car just go out of the pit lane, 4 laps to go, so there is they are the leader of the race, clearly, with not so approximately 1 pit stop ahead of the second car. It's Lars Ball in the car for the Reactive SimRacing, and Joël go into the pit too. No driver swap for Joël. On GT, the Vendaval SimRacing take the second place. They overtake the car number 67. And the car number 9 is clearly the fastest car on track for the moment. 2.6.8 on the last lap versus 2.8 and 2.7 for the 2 Blackadder car. And the fastest Blackadder car is the second one. So yes, you understand, this car takes 2 seconds per lap on the leading car of the category. And there is only the leading change in the GT class category. The number 66 is in the pit lane. It's Tommy van der Gucht who takes place in the car. The number 67 is still on track. The 67 has not exactly the same strategy. Maybe 1 or 2 laps more, but it's the same strategy for the Vendaval and the Blackadder. They will go into the pit at the same time. Actually, they are in the lap number 26 of the stint, but Javier Estela behind with the Audi is not on the same strategy because for him it's only the 19 laps of the stint. So clearly, we will have a difference between the 2 Mercedes and the Audi. Mario Reich, Tommy van der Gucht, Stefan Rücker, and the Blackadder number 66 go out of the pit. They are now in the 5th position in the class. and the Vendaval SimRacing overtake the Rosamond. Sam Rosamond. Sam Rosamond is in the pit lane. Some trouble for him, it seems. Yes, disconnection. Revolution Racing is retired. The last car of the race is this one. It's the ASRC number 48. We still have Team Philippe with its BMW. Sergio Tavares is still here. Arnie Ludwig. battle for the 9th position between Marcus Dreschel and Manu Rio-Largo. Two cars are side by side. Manu Ray tried to overtake by the outside, but it's not possible. Two different paths for the two cars. We are in the technical side of the tracks. At the end, if you can see the last corner, and on the brake, try to overtake. No, it's not possible. Maybe with here in the long straight of the starting line at the first corner. No, it's not possible. On the outside of the turn, by the outside, two very different paths here for the two cars, and be careful, there is a GT car in front of. It could be very important for the two cars to manage by the best way this car, the traffics. It's the Mercedes of the Blackadder, I think, the car number 66. Yes, car in fifth position in the GT class, and in front of a driver swap between Lars Bold and Damien et Louis. GCL cars are in 2, 3 and 5th. The Endless Sim Racing is in 7-11. Odox MotorSport, it's different category, but for prototype it's 10. And oh, Lars Bold, what happened to Lars Bold? Lars Bold go into the pit to repair, I think. 24 seconds, yeah, I think it's a repair for Lars Bold, and Fabien Jungbluth take the 5th place, and Damien Louis is now in 3rd position, and in 4th for Guillaume Kempfer. So the GCL cars are in 2, 3 and 4th position. The Infinity Simsports lead the category P2. For the GT car it's more complicated, it's the 9th position, 23rd position in the global. Contact between prototype and the GT during the first lap. Have some troubles on the car. And contact for Damien with the GT Temple Mercedes. The GT cars are in the pit lane. The SimRacing is in the pit lane. We have to come back with Lars Bold and Fabian Jungbluth for the GT Temple prototype. And Lars Bold made a mistake, but he overtake Fabian Jungbluth. He go outside of the track, but Fabian made a mistake too, and Lars found a way to overtake the car number 5. Mario Reich take the 5th place in the GT class. As you can see, there is the Buster SimRacing just behind the Audi of the Oak SimRacing. Hello Tujik. Jason Marichal have only 15th late on Joel Guez, but I think Joel overtake Jason. Jason was no, doesn't overtake. What's the last time lap time for Jason? 55.8, 54.9. Yes, he lose position during the last lap, but all is possible. For Josh Thompson on the leading position in first, clearly for him it's a very nice race because now he have 41 seconds ahead of Johan Lespinas for the GCL SimRacing. Behind it's the GCL SimRacing car 2 with Guillaume Kempfer, and in fourth it's the Reactive SimRacing. But as you can see, there is only 3 teams between the two cars, so the third march of the podium is not clearly fixed. On the GT class, Javier Estella still leading the category in front of the car number 66, the Mercedes of Tommy van der Gucht. In third, it's Juan Lopez. Estella have 48 seconds in front of van der Gucht and only 13 seconds late for Lopez. But here, Lars Bold overtake Guillaume Kempfer, and the Reactive SimRacing take the last place of the podium, approximately after 2 hours and a half of racing here at COTA. Fabien Ingbluth in 5th. And Joel Guez is not very far. Oh, Frank Levasseur. What happened to Frank Levasseur? He lose 1 position, Frank. Frank is now in the position number 9. In front of him it's Mano Rayo Largo. Mano Rayo Largo, it's for the Odox MotorSport. Frank only come out on the pit lane. It's his second lap on the cars today, so we have to wait maybe 1 or 2 laps more to see what could be the performance of Frank Levasseur in the car number 3. Damien Eloui lead the race during the first 30 minutes. After, with a different strategy in pit stop, he lose the leading of the race, but he give the car in the top 5 to its colleague, and clearly this car have a place on the podium. And today, to be honest, I think there is not so far than 10 cars that can pretend to have a place on the podium. because after 3 hours of racing we are not 3 hours but 2 hours and a half, but there is still 7 cars in the lap of the leader, and on these 7 cars there are 5 cars in less than 20 seconds. So clearly there are a lot of battle. On the GT category. On GT category, clearly the gap between the cars are not the same. The leader is this Audi number 71, driven by Javi Extella, till the green flag 2 hours and a half ago. In the second place, it's Tommy van der Gucht for the Blackadder number 66. There is 48 seconds between this car and the previous cars. Juan E. Lopez is behind with approximately 12 seconds. So between him and the second place. And the fourth, Marco Luca Abate, is approximately 12 seconds behind. I call back that the red block is wrong. I think the data is not the good one, so don't fix it. It's a bad information. Mario Reich for the Oak SimRacing. Mario is in the 19th position, but for the GT class it's the top 5 for Mario. It's only 7 seconds in front of the Busters Racing team, Alessandro Altoe. The Busters Racing team who don't take the lead of the race today, or not for a long time, but clearly these cars have a nice first part of the race, and they are coming into the pit. We will keep an eye on this car during the pit stop. Maybe they will have a driver swap. We will check. No, it seems it's still... Hello, driver swap for the Busters Racing team. Alessandro Altoe will leave the car, and now it's Hugo Federico Bagnasco in the car. Hugo Federico will take place in the car number 30, and the car 30 is still in in 5th position. Yes, as I said, just behind is Sven Filler. Sven Filler is at the end of the track. Sven Filler is for the Viking MotorSport DE, and they have They have 1 minute and 15 seconds late on the previous car, but as you can see, they are in the last corner, and Hugo Federico is still in the pit lane, so they will lose the sixth position, yes, and they are now in the 7-1. The Flying Shoot SimRacing Mercedes is the car in the 8th position of the category. We have seen this car approximately half of an hour. They have made a spin in a part of the track in the background. We have seen it, we haven't commented it, but maybe some difficulty today for the Flying Shoot SimRacing. Simon Hesch for the GT Temple Racing. Whoop, the Endless SimRacing go outside of the track limit. Clearly, this track, it's one of the last track made on Earth for the racing cars. It's a new generation track like Korea, China, like Malaysia, Sepang. It's a track with a lot of tarmac. There is not a lot of grass, sandbox. So clearly the track limit is not clearly defined. It's clearly defined by the white line, but it's not the white line that can stop a car or another thing. So driver go outside of the track limit very often, and if you can watch on YouTube, for example, you can see some battle last year in IMSA championship with the Porsche, the Corvette, etc., with a very, very strong battle between the car, and all the drivers go very large on the last corner. There is no track limit, and it's very spectacular. Clearly, for the viewer, it's very interesting. After, we can ask some question about the track limit. What is the good one? What is the wrong one? Each driver have its own point of view, but the GTP Temple made some flashlight. Yes, you are on the TV. Hello to Simon Hesch. Keep an eye on the road. Ross Goodacre. It's the next car of the GT3 category. It's for the Club Canada. This car driven by Ross Goodacre, Club Canada. 24. It's the top 10 for Ross. So we have to wait what will happen. David Waldock for the Infinity. Clearly they have a trouble and a problem in contact with the prototype during the beginning of the race, so the car was damaged, and for us it could be difficult, but we notice that they are still on the track, and they don't want to retire the car, and it's nice performance for the driver, so keep pushing and you will earn some position, but stay on the track and you have a very nice speed for the moment. Even if the car is damaged, it's not clearly easy. In front of Sergio Tavares, it's David Waldock, and Sergio Tavares drive for the Spirit SimRacing. It's still on the car till the beginning of the race, so it could be difficult for him, I think, in some minutes, because it will be 3 hours that Sergio will be in the car, so we have to see it. There's a lot of interest. Tim Philippe, the last and the only BMW on this championship. Still on the track, not any damage on the car. Be careful to this BM. Wes Hurd Jr., it's the ASRC GT, the second one, the Mercedes, and it's the last car on track. Because we lose the ASRC 173 Bay Cup, we lose the Revolution Racing, we lose the BH Transport ERC. the SimRacing Turkey, the Endless SimRacing, and the Beat Speed Endurance, who don't take part on this race. So we are going on the top of this race, not exactly on the top, with the fucking fast Simsports, because the fucking fast have only 3 tenths late on Marcus Dreschel. As you can see, the Reactive SimRacing 2 is on the 12th position, only 3 tenths between Simon and Marcus. Simon were awesome. So for me, it will be the time to go to lunch. I will come back, I think approximately in 1 hour and a half or maybe 2 hours for the end of the race. During this time you can follow the complete race with this broadcast. So stay here and I will come back for the end of the race. Welcome back, guys, for the last hour and a half for the 6 hours of COTA for the season 1 of ERC Championship. And the main fact that we can say is the crash about the car number 116, the Gecko Vortex Racing. There is a contact between the Acura and the AMG GT of the GT Temple Racing in the first sector, and the Acura was completely destroyed. I suppose Denis was repairing the car, is repairing the car in the pit box, but I suppose it will be very long. I'm not sure that the car could come back on track before the end of the race. We will see. And for the moment, the Gecko was in 14th position when the crash occurs. They were in position 3 or 4. So a lot of change during this break. And now the leader of the race is Jawad Kironi, the GCL SimRacing 1, car number 120. We have seen this car during the 3 previous events, and the drivers were very quick. They are very performant with the car, and in the previous round they have not a lot of change because there are often some troubles, but here it seems that for us all is clear, the car is perfect, not any damage, all is under control, and for the moment they are leading the race with more than 1 minute in front of Ferenc Kern. Ferenc Kern is in second place with the HPD of the Reactive SimRacing ERC, and they have I don't know exactly how many time ahead of the GT Temple Racing. It's not yes, you have approximately 1 minute ahead of the Infinity Simsport of Josh Thompson. Josh Thompson go out of the pit lane now. Gunnar Misen with the GT Temple HPD is in 4th, and we can note the comeback from the car number 3. Damien Eloui come back on the HPD, and he tried to come in the same lap of the leader. It's not an easy task to do, but he tried to do it. We will see how the team progress in the championship. In 6th, it's Jason Maréchal for the Endless Sim Racing. Not so far, as you can see, only 4 seconds behind, but as you can see, the GCL Sim Racing just go out of the pit. It's the first lap. The Endless Sim Racing is still in track during 13 lap. Odox MotorSport LMP is in 7th place with Ruben Suarez Gutierrez behind the wheel, only 12 seconds ahead for Ruben Suarez Gutierrez. And in 8th position it's Cyril Thomas with 34 seconds late on the car number 70. The second car of the Endless Sim Racing is in the 9th position, Guillaume Racodon. He drives the 708 with 43 seconds late on the GCL, but he have approximately 29 seconds ahead of Jonas Wellmeyer for the Reactive Sim Racing ERC2, car number 6, who lead 1 lap. Today we have 5 leaders during the race. The main is Josh Thompson, actually 3rd. The car number 120 lead about 47 laps. After Ferencváros lead during 10 laps, and the two last leader were Damien and Louis, who lead during 13 laps, and Jonas Welmer, as you can see on your screen now, lead during only 1 lap. Michael Blake for the ERC number 18 is in 11th position, 4.3 seconds late on the previous car, and behind it's near than 1 lap between the two cars with Gregorio Caridi from the fucking fast Simsport. Darren McKenzie for the Try Hard Racing is in 13, and Denis Garez leave the car actually in 14. The first car of the GT3 class is this one, the Vendaval SimRacing. But what happened to the other car? The Odox MotorSport 24 seconds late compared to the Vendaval, but the car number 71 realized 4 pit stop. The Vendaval and the Blackadder number 67 realized only 3 pit stop. Mario Reich is in the car number 123, the Oak Sim Racing WEC. The car is in fourth, behind Matthias Magnussen from the Blackadder number 67, but behind, as you can see, it's the second car of the Blackadder, and it's Marco Mogren with 20 seconds late on Mario Reich. Marco Belfior have 2 laps late on the Blackadder. The Busters Racing team have some trouble here in COTA with their Audi. After, we can find the Flying Shoot Motorsport with the Mercedes. David Waldock with the Infinity Simsport 3 was rising in the global ranking after a crash in the beginning of the race. Now they are in the 22nd position. A very nice race for the team. Ernie Ludwig for the Club Canada, actually in the 23rd position, and for the GT class it's the 9th position, position number 9. To complete the top 10, we can find Stefan Rücker for the Viking Motorsport.de. Clearly not the best race for the team, but it's still a top 10 and some point for the championship. Sergio Tavares raced during the complete race, I think. So nice performance for him, but today it's now he is in the 25th position, and there is only one car behind. It's the Mercedes of the ASRC number 84 with Pat McWhorter still in the car till the beginning. Simon Esch retired the car after the contact with the HPD, I think, and Tim Phillips with the last BMW retired the car too. So we will keep an eye on the first car of the race. The GCL SimRacing 3, Damien and Louis, and the Infinity Simsport have realized for each car 6 pit stops. And the GT Temple, for example, is in fourth with 4 pit stops only. So clearly not the same strategy. And we will see which one is the best. The Audi of the Viking SimRacing .de is stopped on the track in the last part of the track. What happened to Stefan Rucker? The car is retired. Too many damage, maybe. Whoop, the fucking's fast. Realize the spin. Only 4 seconds between the GT Temple Racing and the GCL SimRacing for the 4th place. Two cars of the Infinity Simsport. No, it's the Odox MotorSport, sorry. But it's the two car of the Odox MotorSport. And Damien is not so far from the car in front of him. Guilherme, it's not the car just in front of him because it's an endless sim racing cars, but the car in front of the red one is 2 seconds ahead. It's the GT Temple Racing. Whoa! And a mistake from Damien. He start to spin, he try to he control it and don't hit the wall, but he lose 10 seconds in the mistake. And he had to restart his efforts. Oh, the car number 84 have some trouble, it seems. He's going to the pit. Seems that some cars have some trouble. Clearly, it's difficult to drive. You can hear the engine and the gearbox that have some troubles. And we'll come back with Damien because he have only 5 seconds late on the Gunnar Mizin. Gunnar have some difficulty with the traffic, it seems. And the leading car is in the pit lane. And he is going out. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Only 19th between the two first cars, the GCL SimRacing and the Reactive SimRacing RC. So we will watch it. What will be happen? It seems Jawad is faster than Frank, so he will keep the lead. But for the 4th place, I think it will not be the same. We have to keep an eye on 4 cars at the same time. It could be noisy. So it could be perfect because we will have the battle for the 4th position and for the 1st position at the same place on the track. The 4 cars are very, very close. As you can see here, we have the 3 and the 4 and 5, and the GCL cars that arrive in the background of your screen is the leading car. And the blue one behind is the car for the 2nd place. So we will have 4 of the 5 leaders on the same place on the track. And Damien tried to take the lead on Gunnar, and it's down for Damien. Gunnar tried to keep the position with the inside way. It's not the good one, and Damien take the 4th position. So now Where is Ferenc? Damien have 2 seconds of margin compared to the Gunnar position, and Ferenc is just behind the GT Temple. Whoop, Ferenc realized the junction with the leader, with the traffic. Gunnar go into the pit. 31 lap realized. 31 lap in 1 minute and 50 seconds. He will have to realize a splash and dash, I think, or he will save a lot of fuel, but I think 31 lap is the maximum with this for this car. And I think the car who are pitting now have to realize one stop in prototype class. In GT, I don't know, but I think in GT, for the moment, it will be just, but for with 1 or 2 laps more, I think it could be okay. But for the prototype now, 31 minutes, it's with 2 minutes per lap, it's 1 hour and 4 minutes, and it's not enough because we have a lot of margin. So I think it's not a good operation for Fabian Jungbluth and its teammate. Infinity Simsports is in third with 46 seconds late on the second. Ferenc second. Jawad Keroni leads the race for the GCL. Lars Bold is in the pit lane. But, whoop! An Audi in the middle of the track. Damien approximately 1 lap late on the third car, Lars Bold. it could be clearly it could be impossible regularly to come back on the podium for Damien. On GT cars, it's still the Vendaval leading the race. 7 seconds ahead, it's the Blackadder 66. And 15 behind, it's the Odox MotorSport. And Damien et Louis just go out from the pit lane, is still in 4th position with 5.6 second margin on Fabien Jungbloes for the GT Temple Racing. For the leading car, car in 1st and 2nd position, I think they will go through the pit. For the others, I think it could... no, for the Reactive SimRacing and for the GT Temple, I think they have to realize another pit stop. So for me, the first car in the global ranking which doesn't have to go into the pit will be the GCL SimRacing 3. And with 1 minute and 53 seconds late on Lars Bolt, it could be very difficult for us to... They have to win 40 seconds, 40 or 50 seconds on the, to be sure, 50 seconds they have to win on the leading car to be sure that they will come back on the podium. So 50 seconds, it's a 2 seconds per lap. They have to win 2 seconds per lap, 1 second per minute. Clearly it could be very difficult because the best lap of each car are quietly the same. On the GT category, it's not the car number 9 which is leading, it's now the car number 71 that you are on your screen now, the Audi of the Odox MotorSport. They have 26 second margin on the car number 9, the Vendaval, and the Black Adair are 13-4, the 66 in front of the 67. We're in the last 45 minutes of the race, the round 5 of COTA. Fast lap was realized by Damien. Jawad Keroni is still leading the race. I think Infinity Simsports will go into the pit in less than 5-10 minutes. For the GT Temple, they have to realize a splash and dash I think in the last 5 minutes of the race. So just for information, the car who had the less incident and are still in the track is in the GT category. It's the Blackadder Motorsport number 67. Only 27 incidents, and they realize 162 laps. So approximately one incident for for 6 or 7 laps approximately. In prototype, it's Michael Blake and the ASRC number 18 with 49 incidents. And the bad guys on this domain are, for the moment, the Reactive SimRacing ERC, no, the Try Hard Racing on prototype, 143 incidents, approximately 1 per lap. And on the GT car, it's the SRC 84, 92 incidents. And Lars Bold. Oh, the Infinity Simsport is in the pit lane. Where is Jawad Keroni? The Infinity Simsport is in the pit lane. The last pit stop for the car number 41. Where is Damien? Damien is in the last sector of the track. Infinity Simsport. And the car number 41 go out of the pit. The car number 03 is in the middle of the track, so that's what we are seeing. They are missing approximately 50 seconds, and they are in the same time, so it could be very, very difficult to come back on the third position regularly. So for the moment we are not very excited by the end of the race, but we are waiting clearly the last 10 minutes because we think a lot of cars have to go in pit in the last 10 minutes and some of them doesn't need to do it. So I think position may evolve with some importance, clearly for the podium, maybe on the GT class. So we have to check and to wait the last lap. On prototype we have seen the third car, the Infinity Simsport, go into the pit. For us it's clear it's not necessary, but for the two leading car we are waiting when they will go into the pit, because we think for the second car clearly it's possible that they need to go into the pit. For the first one I think it's necessary, but they have more than 1 minute of gap, so they can make the complete refueling, and normally they go out in front of the second one. But if they do it, they will only put some liters in the fuel tank, and normally it's okay. But for the second one, it could be possible that it can evolve during the end of the race, and we have Ruben Suarez Gutierrez who go lap after lap on Fabian Youngbloss. It's 2 seconds per lap for Ruben Suarez Gutierrez. Last 15 minutes in the 6 hours of COTA for the ERC Championship. And there is the car number 70, the Odox MotorSport, in the pit lane. Car number 70 in the pit lane. Julien Riboulot will arrive, I think. Julien Riboulot take the 6th place. 15 minutes before the end of the race. In the front of the pack, Jawad Keroni, I think, have to go in the pit lane in 4 laps. So I think 10 minutes after in approximately, yes, 10 minutes, they will go into the pit. On the GT class, the number 67 will be entering into the pit at the end of the lap, I think. 30 lap complete. Oh no, another 1 lap. 30 lap complete. They are in the 31 lap for this car number 67, and I think they have some margin because the car behind it's Mario Rage for the SimRacing, and there is 1 minute and 32 seconds late. So they have margin. It's safe, but it's fourth for the Blackadder 67. They have 30 seconds late on Blackadder 66, who is in third in the podium. The second is for the Vendaval, and the leading car in GT, it's the Odox MotorSport, Francisco Lopez. It's a Lopez too in the Vendaval, Juan Lopez. Lap number 29 for Jawad, and it's not for this one. Car 67 go out of the pit, last pit stop, but now it's 1 minute and 10 seconds late. Michael Blake has 2.8 seconds late on Jean-Michel Garnier, and it could be interesting for Michael Blake to take the 9th position. Jean-Michel Garnier was slowest than him, 3 seconds on the last lap. And Jawad Keroni in the pit lane. Refueling for Jawad. Only 10 seconds in the pit stop. Only 10 seconds and 35.2 in the pit lane. Clearly, nice strategy for the team of the car number 120. And now there is 1 minute between the car 1 and 2, 2 and 3, 3 and 4, and 4 and 5. That's clear. Positions are fixed for the top 5. It can be modified only if there is a crash or disconnection or something like that. But regularly it would be impossible for a car to take the position of the car in front of him. It's short ad. to conclude the, the round number 4 of ERC Championship at COTA. And during the short break, Michael Blake overtake Jean-Michel Garnier for the Endless Sim Racing. And Julien Riboulot is just behind Ruben Suarez Gutierrez. But Ruben is faster than Julien, so I think it could be impossible for Julien to come back on Ruben. The gap between the two cars is rising clearly. And for some few seconds, I think we will complete another lap after this one for less than 10 seconds. But I think Jawad wouldn't like to take the risk to lose the win of the race. He have enough fuel to complete the race, so I think we are in the lap number 184 and we will complete last lap, the lap number 185. .55 seconds before the end of the race. Jean-Michel Garnier still just behind Michael Blake for the 9th position. We are in the last corner of the track, but As you can see, it's the stern building, and there is 23 seconds before the checkered flag, and we will complete a last lap now. Be careful on the last corner, and now it's the last lap. 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is out. It's the last lap. Clearly, Lars Bold second with 55 seconds late, and Josh Thompson is in third for the Infinity Teams Simsports 1. 35 seconds behind, and behind the lead second, and the fourth is 50 seconds behind. On GT, it's the Odox Motorsport who leads the race with 18 seconds ahead of this car, the Vendaval SimRacing, with Juan Lopez, and in third with 44 seconds late, it's the Blackadder number 66. So we will keep an eye on GCL SimRacing 1, driven by Jawad Kironi. 94 lap lead on 185. It's more than half of the race, so this car lead main part of the race, and for the moment they will win the race if there is no technical issue on the car or on the drivers. Maybe it can occur, some hardware problem. One of the last corner. The pit lane entry, and the last corner for Jawad. Whoop, be careful to don't spin, and victory for the GCL SimRacing number 1. 54 seconds in front of Lars Bold. Josh Thompson is in third. We will keep an eye on the Audi, who will win the GT class. Did it arrive? Where is the Audi? Francisco Lopez in the last corner. And it's the victory for the Odox Motorsport GT3 in GT class. Last corner for Lars Bold, the Reactive SimRacing ERC, and second place, podium for the car number 4. Juan Lopez just behind, podium for the Vendaval SimRacing White, second, and in third, Mario Rage is not here. Lars Bold just come under the checkered flag. Reactive SimRacing, it's the third position, and the last one, 66, the Blackadder. The Blackadder will finish. Number 66, last lap for the Blackadder, last corner. Car number 66 on the third march of the podium, and the podium of the GT class is complete with the car number 66. Very nice race for all the drivers. Some teams are grouping the car for final pictures. I think Julien Castro will join the two other cars. So thanks to everybody for following Paddock TV. Thanks for the ERC team and all the drivers for the spectacle during more than 6 hours, 7 hours with the qualification. And you can watch this VOD in HD normally in a few hours, few days during the next week. Sorry for the last round number 3. There is a technical issue and a mistake from my side. So the HD VOD is not available, but this one, it's sure it will be available. All is okay. So thank you for everybody. Thank you for your support and viewing the video and your interest to Paddock TV. Don't hesitate to share the video if you like it, and we will come back soon for the next round of the ERC Championship, round 5 next month. Honestly, I don't remember where is it, but for sure we will be here. Thank you everybody, and have a nice day, and see you soon on Paddock TV. Bye bye.